Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So, get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting that subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. In the twilight realm of Norgard, where ancient magic slumbered beneath forests of silver-leaf trees and mountains that pierced the very clouds, a tale of courage, betrayal, and redemption was about to unfold. The land, once a beacon of hope and prosperity, now lay shrouded in an eerie mist that whispered of dark omens and forgotten curses. Princess Lyra stood atop the highest tower of Castle Thornkeep, her emerald eyes scanning the horizon. The warm golden light that had once bathed the kingdom in its comforting glow now seemed a distant memory, replaced by an oppressive gloom that clung to every crevice and shadow. Her heart ached as she watched her beloved homeland slowly succumb to the creeping darkness. For months, rumors had spread through the kingdom like wildfire. Whispers of King Thorn's increasingly erratic behavior reached even the most remote villages. Some spoke of madness, others of possession, but Lyra knew the truth was far more sinister. Her father, once a beacon of wisdom and justice, had fallen prey to an ancient curse, one that threatened not only his soul, but the very fabric of Norgard itself. As the first stars began to twinkle in the purpling sky, Lyra made her decision. She could no longer stand idly by while her father and her kingdom suffered. With determination etched upon her face, she donned a cloak of midnight blue and slipped from the castle under cover of darkness. The young princess's quest led her through the twisting alleys of the capital city, Ravencrest, where shadows seemed to dance with a life of their own. It was here, in a tavern known as the Tarnished Crown, that fate intervened. As Lyra nursed a goblet of spiced wine, her ears pricked at the mention of a name, the Chalice of Purification. They say it's guarded by the great crystal dragons in the Frostspine Mountains, a gruff voice muttered. A cup of pure starlight, capable of cleansing even the blackest of curses. Lyra's heart raced. Could this be the key to saving her father? As she rose to approach the speaker, a hand clasped her shoulder. She whirled, coming face to face with a man whose eyes gleamed with mischief and secrets. "I wouldn't put too much stock in tavern tales, Your Highness," he said with a roguish grin. "Especially when the teller's pockets are as empty as his head." Lyra's hand instinctively went to the hilt of her concealed dagger. "You know who I am?" The stranger chuckled. "Voron, at your service. And yes, I make it my business to know things others don't, including the fact that you're about to embark on a fool's errand." For a moment, Lyra considered fleeing, with something in Voron's eyes a glimmer of pain beneath the bravado gave her pause. "And I suppose you know of a better way to save my father and our kingdom?" Voron's smile faltered. "Save? No, but I know how to reach the chalice. And believe me, Your Highness, you'll need more than royal blood and determination to survive that journey." Thus began an unlikely alliance. Lyra, the noble princess driven by duty and love, and Voron, the cynical thief with hidden depths. As they set out from Ravencrest, neither could have foreseen the trials that awaited them. Their path took them through the Whispering Woods, where trees spoke in riddles and shadows had teeth. Lyra's grace and Voron's street smarts proved a formidable combination as they navigated the forest's treacherous beauty. Yet even as they drew closer to their goal, the princess could not shake the feeling that Voron was holding something back, a secret that weighed heavily upon his soul. On the 7th day of their journey, as they made camp beneath a canopy of luminescent leaves, Lyra finally broached the subject. "Why are you really helping me, Voron? What's in it for you?" The thief's usually animated face grew still, his eyes reflecting the dancing firelight. "Let's just say I have my own scores to settle with the darkness plaguing Norgard." Before Lyra could press further, A bone-chilling howl split the night air. From the depths of the forest emerged a pack of shadow wolves, creatures of pure darkness with eyes like smoldering coals. As Lyra drew her sword, its blade glowing with ancestral magic, Voron produced a set of throwing knives that gleamed with an otherworldly light. The battle was fierce and frantic. Lyra moved with the grace of a dancer, her sword cleaving through shadow and smoke. Voron's knives found their marks with unerring accuracy, each strike accompanied by a flash of blue flame. As the last wolf fell, dissolving into wisps of darkness, Lyra turned to her companion with newfound respect. "Those aren't exactly standard thief's tools," she remarked, eyeing the still glowing knives. Voron's trademark smirk returned, but there was a sadness in his eyes. "Let's just say I wasn't always a common cutpurse, princess. We all have our falls from grace." As they pressed on towards the Frostspine Mountains, the land grew wilder and more treacherous. Lyra and Voron faced trials that tested not only their strength and wit, but the very core of their beings. They navigated the mirrors of deception, where reality bent and warped, threatening to trap them in a labyrinth of their own fears and desires. They crossed the chasm of whispers, where the voices of the dead sought to lure them into the abyss. Through it all, their bond deepened. Lyra began to see beyond Voron's roguish exterior to the noble heart that beat beneath, and Voron, for his part, found himself drawn to the princess's unwavering courage and compassion. As they finally reached the foot of the Frostspine Mountains, a new challenge presented itself. The path to the chalice was guarded by an ancient stone sentinel, a golem of immense size and power. As it lumbered towards them, each step shaking the earth, Voron surprised Lyra by stepping forward. "I know how to get past this guardian," he said, his voice tinged with resignation. "But you're not going to like it." Before Lyra could respond, Voron raised his hands. A shimmering aura of blue light surrounded him, and when he spoke, his voice carried the weight of command. "By the ancient pact of the House of Azurheart, I bid you stand aside." The golem froze, then slowly stepped aside, revealing a hidden path up the mountain. Lyra stared at Voron in shock. "Azurheart. But that's the name of the royal family that ruled alongside yours for generations," Voron finished. "Yes, I am, or was Prince Voron Azurheart before the darkness that now grips your father drove my family into exile as they ascended the treacherous path to the lair of the crystal dragons." Voron's tale unfolded. He spoke of a curse that had festered in the heart of Norgard for centuries, passed down through the bloodlines of both royal houses. It was a curse born of ancient rivalries and dark magic, one that sought to corrupt and destroy all that was good in the kingdom. "My father succumbed to it first," Voron explained, his voice heavy with old pain. "In his madness, he turned on your family. King Thorn was forced to exile us, to protect the realm. I've spent years searching for a way to break the curse, to reclaim my family's honor." Lyra's mind reeled at the revelation, but there was no time to dwell on it. They had reached the crystal cave where the chalice of purification was said to reside. The cave's interior was a marvel of light and color, its walls formed of massive crystals that refracted and multiplied every beam of light. At its center stood a dais of pure white stone, upon which rested a goblet that seemed to be carved from a single perfect diamond. As Lyra stepped forward to claim the chalice, a voice like thunder shook the cave. "Who dares to seek the chalice of purification?" From the shadows emerged a dragon of crystalline beauty, its scales shimmering with every color imaginable. Its eyes, deep pools of ancient wisdom, fixed upon the two humans before it. Lyra stepped forward, her voice unwavering. "I am Princess Lyra of Norgard, and this is Prince Voron of House Azurheart. We seek the chalice to break the curse that plagues our kingdom and threatens to destroy all we hold dear." The dragon's gaze softened. "Ah, the children of Norgard, long have we awaited your coming. The curse that afflicts your land is indeed dire, but know this, the chalice's power comes at a great cost. To purify another, one must be willing to take the darkness into themselves." Voron immediately stepped forward. "I'll do it. My family's actions helped bring this curse upon Norgard. Let me be the one to bear its weight." But Lyra placed a hand on his arm. "No, Voron, this is my burden to bear. My father, My kingdom, my responsibility, as they argued, each willing to sacrifice themselves for the good of the realm. The dragon let out a rumbling laugh that shook the very mountains. Brave hearts, both of you. But perhaps there is another way. The curse was born of division between your houses. Perhaps it can only be truly broken by unity. Understanding dawned in Lyra's eyes. She turned to Voron, extending her hand. Together, then? Voron nodded, a smile breaking across his face as he clasped her hand. Together, as one, they grasped the chalice. A blinding light erupted from the goblet, enveloping them both. Lyra felt a searing pain, as if her very soul was being torn apart and reforged. Beside her, she could hear Voron's agonized gasp. When the light faded, they found themselves changed. A streak of silver ran through Lyra's dark hair, while Voron's eyes now held a hint of Lyra's emerald green. The curse had been broken, its power dispersed between them and rendered harmless. The journey back to Castle Thornkeep was swift, borne on the wings of the crystal dragon. They arrived to find the kingdom already transforming. The oppressive mist was lifting, revealing a land bathed once more in golden light. In the throne room, they found King Thorn, his eyes clear of the madness that had gripped him for so long. As Lyra embraced her father, Voron knelt before the throne. "Your Majesty," he began, "I come before you not to seek forgiveness, but to offer my life in service to Norgard. Let the discord between our houses end here." King Thorn descended from his throne, raising Voron to his feet. "There is nothing to forgive, young prince. The curse that divided us is broken. Let this mark the beginning of a new era for Norgard, one of unity, strength, and hope." As the sun set on that momentous day, Lyra and Voron stood once more atop the highest tower of Castle Thornkeep. But this time, they watched not a land falling into shadow, but a kingdom reborn in light. Voron turned to Lyra, his eyes shining with something more than just relief at their victory. "So, princess, what adventure shall we embark on next?" Lyra's laugh rang out, clear and joyous. "Why, the greatest adventure of all, my prince. We have a kingdom to rebuild and a future to forge together, and so, as the stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, a new chapter in the history of Norgard began, one of love, unity, and the unbreakable bonds forged in the fires of adversity. The tale of the cursed kingdom and the unlikely heroes who saved it would be told for generations to come, a testament to the power of courage, sacrifice, and the enduring strength of the human spirit. Story 2. In the fading light of a blood-red sun, the once glorious kingdom of Luminara lay shrouded in an unnatural twilight. The air crackled with an ominous energy, and the very earth seemed to tremble with foreboding. It was into this changed world that Aether, the legendary warrior of old, returned from his long exile. As he crested the final hill overlooking the capital city of Astralis, Aether's heart sank, gone were the shimmering spires and golden domes that had once pierced the heavens. In their place stood twisted mockeries of architecture, dark and foreboding, their surfaces crawling with shadows that seemed to move of their own accord. Aether's hand instinctively tightened on the hilt of Stormbreaker, his enchanted sword. The blade hummed in response, sensing its master's unease. For a moment, the warrior closed his eyes, remembering the day he had been forced to leave his beloved homeland. The betrayal, the accusations, the pain of exile, all of it washed over him anew. But there was no time for old wounds. Luminara needed him, now more than ever. As Aether made his way through the early quiet streets of Astralis, he became aware of eyes watching him from every shadow. The few citizens he encountered scurried away at his approach, their faces etched with fear. It was as if the very life had been drained from the once vibrant city. His destination was the Grand Citadel, seat of Luminara's power and home to the Council of Mages. But as he approached the towering structure, a chilling laugh echoed through the air, stopping him in his tracks. "Welcome home, old friend," the voice purred, seeming to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. "I was beginning to think you'd forgotten us." Aether's blood ran cold. He knew that voice, or at least, he had once known the man it belonged to. Malachar, he breathed, scanning the shadows for any sign of his former comrade in arms. "Oh, it's Lord of Shadows now," the voice replied, tinged with cruel amusement. So much has changed while you've been away, Aelor. But don't worry, I've been taking good care of our kingdom. With a surge of dark energy, a figure materialized before Aelor. Clad in armor that seemed to absorb the very light around it, Malachar cut an imposing figure. But it was his eyes that truly chilled Aelor to the bone. Once warm and full of life, they now burned with an unholy fire. "What have you done, Malachar?" Aelor demanded, raising Stormbreaker defensively. The Lord of Shadows laughed again, the sound grating against Aelor's ears. "I've merely embraced our true potential, old friend, the power that was always meant to be ours. Join me, Aelor. Together, we could rule not just Luminara, but all the realms." For a brief moment, Aelor felt the pull of temptation. But then he remembered the fear in the eyes of Astrale's citizens, the wrongness that permeated the very air. "Never," he growled, charging forward with Stormbreaker raised high. But Malachar was gone in a swirl of shadows, his mocking laughter echoing in Aelor's ears. "So be it, old friend. The game begins anew. Seek the star stones if you dare, but know this: for every step you take, my darkness will spread further. How many will suffer for your stubbornness, I wonder?" As the last echoes of Malachar's voice faded away, Aelor found himself alone in the empty plaza before the citadel. The weight of his task settled heavily upon his shoulders. The Star Stone's ancient artifacts of immense power, long thought lost to the mists of time. If Malachar sought them, then Aelor had no choice but to find them first. But he couldn't do it alone. Over the next days, Aelor set out to gather a team of unlikely heroes. His first stop was the Whispering Woods, where he sought out Lyria, a renegade sorceress known for her mastery of wild magic. He found her living in a treehouse that seemed to shift and change with the forest around it. Lyria greeted him with a mix of suspicion and curiosity. "The great Aelor back from exile," she mused, her silver eyes studying him intently. "What brings you to my humble abode?" As Aelor explained the situation, Lyria's expression grew grave. "The Star Stones," she whispered, a hint of fear in her voice. "I've seen visions of them in my scrying pool. Their power is immense and dangerous, which is why we must find them before Malachar does." Aelor pressed. "Will you help us?" Lyria was silent for a long moment, then nodded. "The balance of nature itself is at stake. I will lend my powers to your cause." With Lyria at his side, Aelor's next destination was the fallen elven kingdom of Silverleaf. There, amidst the ruins of a once great civilization, they found Prince Thelor, last heir to the Silverleaf throne. The young elf's once proud bearing was now weighed down by grief and shame. "Why have you come here?" Thelor demanded, his voice bitter. "To mock the fall of my people." "No," Aelor replied softly. "I've come to offer you a chance at redemption, for yourself and for all of Luminara." As Aelor recounted the threat posed by Malachar and the Star Stones, a fire began to rekindle in Thelor's eyes. By the time the warrior had finished his tale, the elven prince stood tall once more, his hand resting on the hilt of his ancestral blade. "My people's fall was but a precursor to the darkness that now threatens all lands," Thelor declared. "I will join your quest, Aelor, for honor, for redemption, and for the future of Luminara." With their small but formidable band assembled, Aelor, Lyria, and Thelor set out on their perilous quest. Their journey took them to the farthest reaches of Luminara and beyond, from the treacherous peaks of the Frostspine Mountains to the sun-scorched wastes of the Burning Sands. At each turn, they faced challenges that tested not just their strength and skill, but the very core of their beings. In the caverns of echoing sorrows, they confronted shades of their past mistakes and regrets. On the Isles of Illusion, they struggled to discern reality from magical deception. And in the heart of the Feywild, they bargained with capricious creatures of myth and legend for information about the Star Stones. But always, they could feel Malachar's presence nipping at their heels. Villages they had passed through mere days before would be found in ruins, their inhabitants transformed into shadowy husks. Ancient wards and protective spells crumbled before the advancing tide of darkness. It was in the forgotten library of Archmage Xylith that they finally uncovered the location of the first Star Stone, hidden within the depths of an abandoned dwarven mine. The amber star pulsed with barely contained power. As they descended into the mine's darkest depths, Aelor couldn't shake a growing sense of unease. It had all seemed too easy somehow. And then, as they entered the final chamber, he understood why. Malachar stood before them, the amber star clutched in his gauntleted hand. "I must thank you, old friend," he said, his voice dripping with false sincerity. "I couldn't have found it without you." What followed was a battle that would be sung of for generations to come. Aelor's blade clashed against Malachar's shadow-forged sword, each strike sending sparks of light and darkness flying. Lyria's wild magic warped the very fabric of reality around them, while Thelur's elven arrows sought any weakness in Malachar's defenses. But even as they fought, Aelor could see the toll the amber star was taking on his old friend. Malachar's movements became more erratic, his attacks wilder and less controlled. The unholy fire in his eyes burned brighter than ever, threatening to consume him entirely. In a moment of clarity amidst the chaos, Aelor realized the truth. The star stones weren't just sources of power, they were catalysts, amplifying whatever lay within the heart of their wielder. In Malachar's case, they were feeding on his anger, his resentment, his thirst for power. "Malachar," Aelor called out, lowering Stormbreaker. "This isn't you. Fight it." For a brief moment, the madness in Malachar's eyes seemed to clear. "Aelor," he whispered, his voice suddenly uncertain. I don't." But then the moment passed, and the Lord of Shadows snarled in rage. With a final burst of dark energy, he vanished, taking the amber star with him. As the dust settled, Aelor and his companions were left to contemplate their next move. They had failed to secure the first star stone, but in doing so, they had gained valuable insight into their true nature and into the man Malachar had once been. "We'll find him," Lyria said softly, placing a comforting hand on Aelor's shoulder. "And we'll find a way to save him from himself." Thelur nodded in agreement. "The road ahead is long and fraught with peril, but we walk it together." Aelor took a deep breath, feeling the weight of responsibility settle upon him once more. But this time, it was tempered with hope. "Then let us continue our quest," he declared. "For Malachar, for Luminara, and for all the realms that stand in the shadow of darkness." As they emerged from the mine into the light of a new dawn, Aelor allowed himself a small smile. The battle was far from over, but for the first time since his return, he felt the stirrings of true hope in his heart. Whatever challenges lay ahead, he knew that with friends like these at his side, there was no obstacle they couldn't overcome. The legend of Aelor and his companions was only just beginning, and the fate of Luminara, of all the realms, hung in the balance. But as they set out once more, their hearts were light and their spirits unbroken. For in the darkest of times, it is not power that saves us, but the bonds of friendship, the strength of our convictions, and the unwavering light of hope that burns within us all. Story 3. High above the world, where the air was thin, and the clouds were but wisps beneath her feet, the floating city of Aethoria hung suspended in an eternal azure sky. Its gleaming spires and crystalline domes caught the sunlight, scattering rainbows across the landscape below. At the heart of this marvel of magic and engineering stood the Windspire, a colossal tower that pulsed with the very essence of the air currents that kept Aethoria aloft. It was here, in the uppermost chamber of the Windspire, that young Zephyr found her world shattered in an instant. The apprentice mage had been polishing the intricate array of wind chimes that adorned the chamber when she heard voices, hushed and urgent, drifting up from the spiral staircase below. Curiosity piqued, Zephyr crept closer, her heart racing as the words became clear. The Archimage must be eliminated, a voice hissed, dripping with malice. Only then can we harness the full power of the wind currents and reshape Aethoria in our image. Zephyr's blood ran cold. The Archimage Calum was not just the leader of Aethoria, but a second father to her. The thought of harm coming to him was unbearable. Before she could retreat, a floorboard creaked beneath her feet. The voices below fell silent, and then came the sound of rapid footsteps ascending the stairs. Panic seized Zephyr. With no time to think, she did the only thing she could. She ran to the open window and leaped out into the endless sky. For a heart-stopping moment, she plummeted through the air. Then, drawing upon every lesson she had ever learned, Zephyr called upon the winds. They answered, swirling around her, slowing her descent and carrying her away from the windspire. As Aethoria grew smaller behind her, Zephyr's mind raced. She had to warn the Archimage, had to stop whatever nefarious plot was unfolding. But how? The conspirators would surely be watching for her now. The answer came as she broke through a bank of clouds and saw the world below spread out before her. The lowlands, a place she had only ever seen from afar, a place of myth and legend to the people of Aethoria. If she could find allies there, perhaps she could save her home. With newfound determination, Zephyr guided the winds, descending towards the unknown world below. The landing was far from graceful. Zephyr tumbled through the canopy of an ancient forest, branches whipping past her, until she came to rest in a tangle of vines and leaves. As she struggled to free herself, a gruff voice cut through the air. Well, well, what have we here? A little bird fallen from its nest? Zephyr looked up to find herself face to face with the most intimidating man she had ever seen. Tall and broad-shouldered, with a scar running down one cheek and eyes that seemed to pierce right through her. He was the very picture of a hardened warrior. I'm Zephyr, she managed to stammer. I've come from Aethoria. Please, I need help. The man's eyebrow arched. Aethoria, the flying city? Ha! And I'm the king of the mountain trolls. But as Zephyr pleaded her case, explaining the danger to her home and to Archimage Calum, something in the man's expression softened. Name's Grim, he said finally, offering a calloused hand to help her up. Bounty hunter by trade. And it seems you've just become my most interesting quarry in years. Thus began an unlikely alliance. Zephyr, the naive but determined apprentice mage, and Grim, the world-weary bounty hunter with a hidden heart of gold. As they set out from the forest, Zephyr marveled at the world around her. The lowlands were nothing like the stories she had heard. They were wilder, more vibrant, filled with sights and sounds she had never imagined. Their journey took them through lands both wondrous and perilous. They crossed the whispering plains, where the grass sang secrets to those who knew how to listen. They navigated the treacherous mistweave swamp, its fog alive with illusions that sought to lead travelers astray. All the while, Zephyr honed her wind magic, pushing herself to new limits under Grim's gruff but effective tutelage. And Grim, for his part, found himself slowly opening up to the young mage, sharing tales of his adventures and the burdens he carried. It was in the shadow of the Iron Spine Mountains that they encountered their first true test. A band of sky pirates, exiles from Aethoria, ambushed them in a narrow pass. Zephyr's heart raced as she saw their flying machines crude imitations of Aethorian skyships, but deadly nonetheless. The battle that followed was fierce. Grim's crossbow sang, each bolt finding its mark with uncanny accuracy. Zephyr called upon the winds, creating gusts that sent the pirates' machines spinning out of control. But it was only when they combined their efforts, Zephyr's winds, guiding Grim's bolts with impossible precision, that they truly turned the tide. As the last of the sky pirates retreated, Zephyr and Grim shared a look of newfound respect. They had become more than reluctant allies. They were now a team. Their destination lay beyond the mountains, the sunken city of Atlantara, said to hold secrets of ancient magic that could rival even Aethoria's might. As they descended into the ruins, the air grew thick with the weight of ages past. Atlantara was a maze of crumbling towers and waterlogged streets, its once grand architecture now home to creatures born of magic and mutation. Zephyr and Grim fought their way through schools of razor-finned fish and tentacled horrors, always pushing deeper into the heart of the city. It was in the grand library, its shelves somehow preserved despite centuries underwater, that they found what they sought. An ancient tome, its pages shimmering with barely contained power, spoke of the true nature of Aethoria's wind currents. They're not just air, Zephyr breathed, her eyes wide as she deciphered the archaic text. There lay lined streams of pure magical energy that crisscrossed the world. Grim frowned. And if someone were to gain control of them, they could reshape reality itself. Zephyr finished, a chill running down her spine. Armed with this knowledge, they knew they had to return to Aethoria, but the journey back was fraught with danger. The conspirators, now calling themselves the Windweavers, had spread their influence far and wide. Zephyr and Grim found themselves dodging assassins in the markets of Sandspire Oasis and fighting off enchanted constructs in the clockwork wastes. Through it all, their bond deepened. Zephyr came to see the noble heart that beat beneath Grim's gruff exterior, while Grim found himself inspired by the young mage's unwavering hope and determination. As they finally neared Aethoria, Zephyr used her growing mastery of wind magic to lift them both into the sky. The floating city came into view, but it was a far cry from the shining beacon Zephyr remembered. Dark clouds swirled around the windspire, and the very air crackled with malevolent energy. They landed on one of the outer platforms, immediately set upon by guards and sorcelled by the Windweaver's magic. Zephyr's heart ached as she was forced to fight against those she had once called friends and mentors. The battle to reach the Windspire was grueling. Zephyr and Grim fought back to back, her wind magic complementing his martial prowess in a deadly dance. But for every foe they felled, more seemed to take their place. It was Grim who saw the solution. The wind chimes, he shouted over the chaos. In the tower, you said they help regulate the currents, right? Zephyr's eyes widened in understanding. If they could reach the chimes, perhaps they could disrupt whatever spell the Windweavers were casting. With renewed purpose, they fought their way up the spiral staircase of the Windspire. At last, battered and exhausted, they burst into the uppermost chamber, only to find Archimage Calum himself at the center of a swirling vortex of dark energy. Zephyr, he croaked, his eyes clouded with pain. My child, I'm sorry. I couldn't stop them, the leader of the Windweavers. A mage Zephyr, recognized as one of the Archimage's former advisors, laughed cruelly. How touching. The prodigal apprentice returns, and with a lowland brute in tow. You're too late, little Zephyr. The power of the ley lines is almost ours. But Zephyr wasn't listening. Her focus was entirely on the wind chimes that still hung around the chamber. With a deep breath, she reached out with her magic, feeling the subtle vibrations that connected them all. And then, drawing upon every lesson she had learned, every hardship she had endured on her journey, Zephyr began to sing. It was a song of wind and sky, of hope and defiance. The chimes responded, their music growing louder and more complex with each passing moment. Grim, understanding instinctively what she needed, placed himself between Zephyr and the Windweavers, his crossbow a constant threat that kept them at bay. As the song reached its crescendo, the dark energy surrounding the Archimage began to waver. The ley lines, resonating with the pure tones of the wind chimes, started to break free from the Windweaver's control. With a final thunderous chord, the spell shattered. The Windweavers were thrown back, their connection to the ley lines severed. Archimage Calum slumped to the ground, freed from their influence. In the aftermath, as Aethoria began the long process of healing, Zephyr found herself hailed as a hero. But as she stood on a balcony overlooking the city, her thoughts were conflicted. You could stay, you know, Grim said softly, coming to stand beside her. They'd probably make you the new Archimage after all this. Zephyr smiled, shaking her head. Aethoria will always be my home, she said. But there's so much more out there, so many wonders I've only just begun to see. And besides, she added, nudging Grim with her elbow, someone has to keep you out of trouble. Grim's laughter echoed across the sky as Aethoria's sun dipped below the horizon, painting the clouds in shades of gold and crimson. And as night fell, two figures could be seen leaping from the edge of the floating city, carried by the winds towards new adventures and untold destinies. For Zephyr had learned that true magic lay not in power or control, but in the bonds we forge and the journeys we undertake. And with Grim by her side, she knew that the greatest adventure of all was only just beginning. Story 4. In the heart of the ethereal realm of Solaria, where the very air shimmered with magic and the land pulsed with ancient power, a shadow was creeping across the land. The once verdant fields now lay barren, their life force sapped by an insidious plague that defied all attempts to halt its advance. The crystalline spires of the capital city, Luminos, no longer gleamed with their characteristic radiance, instead standing as dull sentinels over a kingdom in decline. It was in the grand throne room of the Crystal Palace, Queen Elara, last of the Sunborn dynasty, made a decision that would alter the fate of Solaria forever. Her golden eyes, dimmed by worry and sleepless nights, swept over the assembled court mages with furrowed brows, nobles with fear barely concealed behind masks of indifference, and at the center of it all, her youngest son, Prince Darien. "My son," Queen Alara's voice rang out, silencing the murmurs that had filled the hall. "The time has come for you to fulfill your destiny. You must seek out the source of life, for it is our last hope to save Soleria from this creeping death." Darien stepped forward, his silver hair catching the fading light that filtered through the palace's crystal dome. At just 20 summers old, he was the youngest of the royal children, often overlooked in favor of his more martial siblings. But there was a quiet strength in his bearing, a determination that belied his years. "I accept this quest, Mother," he said, his voice steady despite the weight of responsibility settling upon his shoulders. "I will not fail Soleria in her hour of need." As the prince prepared for his journey, whispers spread through the kingdom like wildfire. The source of life a legend, many said, a fairy tale told to children. But hope is a powerful thing, and soon the people of Soleria clung to the tale of their young prince's quest as drowning men cling to driftwood in a storm. Dawn broke on the day of Darien's departure, painting the sky in hues of lavender and gold that seemed to mock the grim mood that had settled over Luminos. As he stood at the gates of the city, a small figure detached itself from the shadows of a nearby alleyway. "So, the little prince thinks he can save us all, does he?" The voice was melodic, yet edged with sarcasm. Darien turned to find himself face to face with a young woman, her features sharp and wild, her eyes a startling emerald green that seemed to glow with an inner light. Pointed ears peeked through a mane of unruly auburn hair, an elf, and a wild one at that. "I am Kira," she said, circling Darien with the grace of a predator, "and I will be your guide on this fool's errand." Before Darien could protest, Queen Alara stepped forward. "Kira is a scout from the Whispering Woods," she explained. "She knows paths hidden to most, and her skills will be invaluable on your journey." And so, an unlikely partnership was formed. Darien, the sheltered prince with a heart full of hope, and Kira, the cynical wild elf with secrets lurking behind her emerald eyes. Their journey took them through lands both wondrous and perilous. They traversed the shifting sands, where dunes moved like living things and mirages whispered temptations in the scorching heat. They braved the frost-fanged mountains, where ice giants roamed and every breath froze in the air before them. Throughout their travels, Darien and Kira's relationship evolved. Initial distrust gave way to grudging respect, and eventually to a deep bond forged in the fires of shared adversity. Darien's unwavering optimism began to chip away at Kira's cynical exterior, while her practical knowledge of the wild lands proved invaluable time and again. It was in the depths of the Whispering Woods, Kira's homeland, that they faced their greatest challenge yet. The forest was alive with magic, ancient and primal. Trees whispered secrets in languages long forgotten, and shadows danced with a life of their own. As they pushed deeper into the heart of the woods, following a trail of mystic signs that only Kira could interpret, they were set upon by a pack of shadow wolves creatures born of darkness and hunger. Darien's sword flashed in the dappled light, each strike imbued with the latent magic of his sun-born lineage. Kira moved like the wind itself, her twin daggers a blur as she danced between the wolves. But for every shadow wolf they felled, two more seemed to take its place. As exhaustion began to take its toll, Darien found himself backed against an ancient oak, the snarling muzzle of a wolf inches from his face. In that moment of desperation, something awakened within the young prince. With a cry that echoed through the forest, he released a burst of pure sunlight from his outstretched hands. The shadow wolves howled in agony as the light touched them, dissipating like smoke in the wind. As the last echoes of battle faded, Darien slumped to the ground, drained by the unexpected display of power. Kira knelt beside him, her usual sarcasm replaced by genuine concern. Well, she murmured, helping him to his feet. "It seems there's more to you than meets the eye." Little prince, from that moment on, their bond deepened further. Kira began to teach Darien the ways of the forest, how to move silently and read the signs of nature. In return, Darien shared what he knew of the old magics, the lore passed down through generations of sun-born rulers. As they neared their goal, the land around them began to change. The trees grew larger, their trunks twisted into impossible shapes. The very air thrummed with power, and Darien could feel the source of life calling to him like a beacon in the night. Finally, after weeks of travel, they emerged into a clearing bathed in ethereal light. At its center stood a pool of water, so clear it seemed to glow from within. Ancient runes encircled the pool, pulsing with a rhythm that matched the beating of their hearts. The source of life, Darien breathed, his voice filled with awe. But as they approached the pool, a figure materialized before them, a being of pure light, its form constantly shifting and changing. Halt, seekers, the being's voice echoed in their minds. The power you seek comes at a great price. To save your kingdom, a sacrifice must be made. A life freely given, a royal soul to renew the land. The meaning of the words hit Darien like a physical blow. He had to die to save Solaria. For a moment, fear gripped his heart. But then he thought of his mother, of the people suffering under the plague's relentless advance. His resolve hardened. I understand, he said, stepping forward. I am ready. But Kira's hand on his arm stopped him. Wait, she said, her voice thick with emotion. There's something you need to know. And there, in the shadow of the source of life, Kira revealed her true identity. She was no mere wild elf, but a princess of the Twilight Court, exiled for daring to speak out against her father's isolationist policies. She had watched as the plague spread from Solaria to the Elven realms, helpless to stop it. Don't you see? She pleaded with Darien. This is bigger than just Solaria. The entire world is at stake. We need you alive to lead, to unite the kingdoms against this threat. Darien's mind raced. The weight of the choice before him was almost unbearable. To sacrifice himself and save his kingdom, or to live and fight for something even greater. In the end, it was the memory of his mother's words that decided him. A true ruler puts the needs of their people first, Queen Aethoria had often said. But the greatest rulers see beyond the borders of their own land with a heavy heart, but unwavering determination. Darien turned to the being of light. I choose to live, he declared, not for myself, but for all the realms threatened by this darkness. I will find another way to save Solaria, to save us all. The being seemed to smile, though it had no discernible face. Wisdom and sacrifice come in many forms, young prince. You have chosen well. A blinding light enveloped Darien and Kira. When it faded, they found themselves changed. A streak of silver ran through Kira's auburn hair, while Darien's eyes now held a hint of emerald green. They had been marked by the source of life, given a portion of its power to aid them in the battles to come. As they began the long journey back to Solaria, Darien and Kira knew that their quest was far from over. The plague still threatened the land, and now they understood that its reach extended far beyond the borders of Darien's kingdom. But they were no longer alone in their fight. Word of their quest spread, carried on the wind, and whispered by the trees. From the depths of the dwarven mountains to the highest elven treetops, hope began to stir once more. Allies gathered, drawn by the tale of the prince who chose to live for his people rather than die for them. And so, as Darien and Kira crested the final hill overlooking Luminos, they saw not a city in decay, but the first glimmers of a new dawn. The spires of the Crystal Palace caught the light, shining with renewed brilliance. In the streets below, people moved with purpose, working together to combat the plague's advance. Queen Aethoria stood at the gates to greet them, her eyes shining with pride and unshed tears. As Darien embraced his mother, he knew that the hardest part of their journey was yet to come. But with Kira by his side and the power of the source of life flowing through them, he felt ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. For in choosing life, Darien had not just saved himself, but kindled a flame of hope that would burn bright enough to push back the encroaching darkness. The tale of the Sunborn Prince and the Twilight Princess was just beginning, and it would be a story told for generations to come, a reminder that true strength lies not in grand sacrifices, but in the courage to live and fight for a better world. Story 5. In the heart of the ancient Whispering Shadows forest, where trees as old as time itself reached their gnarled branches towards a sky perpetually veiled in mist, young Rowan stood frozen in disbelief. Before him, etched into the bark of an enormous oak glowed a prophecy that would change the fate of the world. The silvery runes pulsed with an otherworldly light, their message clear and terrifying. When the moon bleeds red and the stars fade from sight, the Crow King shall rise, born anew from the night. 4 guardians must stand, elements aligned, to keep the world from endless dark confine. Rowan's heart raced as he traced the ancient words with trembling fingers. The Crow King, a name whispered only in the darkest of tales, a tyrant of unimaginable power who had nearly plunged the world into eternal night millennia ago. And now, if this prophecy was to be believed, he was poised to return. As the youngest druid of the Whispering Shadows, Rowan had always felt the weight of responsibility on his shoulders. But this was beyond anything he could have imagined. He knew what he had to do, even as fear threatened to root him to the spot. With a deep breath, Rowan placed his hand on the rough bark of the oak. "I hear you, Ancient One," he whispered. "I accept this task." The forest seemed to sigh around him, branches creaking and leaves rustling in a sudden breeze. Rowan felt a surge of energy course through him, the blessing and burden of the Whispering Shadows settling into his very bones. His path now clear, Rowan set out from the heart of the forest. The prophecy spoke of 4 guardians, elemental beings of immense power, who had helped seal away the Crow King in ages past. If there was any hope of preventing his return, Rowan would need to find them. The young druid's journey took him first to the scorched plains, a vast expanse of sun-baked earth and smoldering volcanoes. It was here, legends said, that the Fire Guardian made her home. For days, Rowan trekked across the unforgiving landscape, his druidic magic barely keeping the killing heat at bay. Just as despair began to set in, he crested a hill to find a sight that took his breath away. In a valley of black glass stood a woman wreathed in living flame. Her hair danced like tongues of fire, her eyes glowing like embers in the gathering dusk. This was Asha, the Fire Guardian, as beautiful and terrible as the element she commanded. "Why have you come, child of the forest?" Asha's voice crackled like a bonfire. "Your kind rarely ventures into my domain." Rowan steeled himself, meeting the Guardian's burning gaze. "I come bearing grave news, my lady." The Crow King stirs at his words. The very air around them seemed to still. Asha's flames flickered and dimmed, her expression one of shock and old pain. "Impossible," she whispered. "We sealed him away for eternity." But as Rowan recited the prophecy, understanding dawned in Asha's eyes. "So it has come to this," she said, her voice heavy with the weight of ages. "Very well, young druid. You have my allegiance in this fight." With the Fire Guardian at his side, Rowan's quest continued. They journeyed to the bottomless lakes to seek out Naya, the Water Guardian. In the floating mountains, they found Zephyr, master of the winds. But it was in the shadow of the great ironroot tree that their resolve was truly tested. Terax, the Earth Guardian, was not as they had expected. Where once had stood a being of immense power and wisdom, they found only a shell, a creature of living stone, cracked and weathered, its eyes dull and unseeing. "What happened to him?" Rowan asked, his voice hushed with awe and sorrow. Asha's flames dimmed as she placed a hand on the Earth Guardian's crumbling shoulder. "Time," she said simply. "Even we are not immune to its ravages. Terax has slumbered for too long, his consciousness scattered like leaves in the wind." Rowan's heart sank. Without all for guardians, how could they hope to stop the Crow King's return? But as despair threatened to overwhelm him, a new voice cut through the gloom. "Well, isn't this a cheery gathering?" From the shadows of the great tree stepped a figure cloaked in darkness. He moved with a fluid grace that spoke of danger, a dagger of shadow dancing between his fingers. "Nyx," Asha hissed, flames flaring. "You dare show your face here, traitor?" The newcomer threw back his hood, revealing a face of ethereal beauty, marred by a scar that ran from temple to chin. His eyes, black as midnight, sparkled with mischief and something deeper, a pain long buried. Now, Asha," Nyx chided. "Is that any way to greet an old friend? Especially one who comes bearing gifts?" Before anyone could react, Nyx had crossed the clearing in a blur of motion. He placed his hand on Terax's chest, and shadows seemed to pour from his fingertips into the Earth Guardian's cracked form. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, with a sound like mountains groaning, Terax's eyes flickered to life. The cracks in his stony skin began to close, moss and lichen sprouting to cover the weathered patches. How Rowan breathed, unable to believe his eyes. Nyx turned to him, a wry smile playing on his lips. Let's just say I've picked up a few tricks since our last encounter. Now, I believe you're in need of a fourth guardian. As Terax lumbered to his feet, shaking off centuries of slumber, Asher rounded on Nyx. You cannot be serious, she snarled. After what you did, you think we would trust you? But Rowan, guided by an instinct he couldn't explain, stepped between them. We need him, he said, surprising even himself with the certainty in his voice. The prophecy speaks of four elements aligned. Shadow is as much a part of nature as fire or water. Nyx's eyebrows shot up in surprise, a flicker of genuine emotion crossing his face before his usual smirk returned. Well said, little druid. It seems there's more to you than meets the eye, and so, against all odds, the unlikeliest of alliances was formed. Rowan, the young druid with the weight of the world on his shoulders. Esha, the fiery guardian, still burning with the pain of past betrayals. Naya and Zephyr, ancient and powerful, yet filled with hope for the future. Terax, newly awakened and determined to make up for lost time. And Nyx, the Shadow Walker, his true motivations as murky as the darkness he commanded. Their journey back to the Whispering Shadows was fraught with danger. Creatures of nightmare, heralds of the Crow King's imminent return, hounded their every step. But with each battle, each narrow escape, their bond grew stronger. Rowan found himself learning from each of his companions. Esha taught him the importance of passion and conviction. Naya showed him the power of adaptability. From Zephyr, he learned to see the connections between all things. Terax impressed upon him the value of patience and endurance. And Nyx taught him that the line between light and dark was far more blurred than he had ever imagined. As the fated night drew near, they made their final stand in the heart of the Whispering Shadows. The moon hung heavy and red in the sky, the stars flickering like candles in a wind. With Rowan at the center, the Guardians took their positions around the ancient oak where the prophecy had first been revealed. As the Crow King's dark power began to manifest, tearing at the very fabric of reality, they channeled their elemental forces through the young druid. Rowan felt the magic course through him, more power than he had ever dreamed possible. Fire and water, earth and air, shadow and light, all swirling together in a maelstrom of pure energy. The Crow King's form began to take shape, a being of absolute darkness that threatened to swallow the world. But as Rowan raised his hands, channeling the combined might of the Guardians, a burst of blinding light erupted from his palms. The two forces clashed, darkness and light battling for supremacy. Rowan felt himself being torn apart, the sheer power threatening to unmake him. But just as he thought he could hold on no longer, he felt a hand on his shoulder. Nyx stood beside him, shadows swirling around them both. Together, the Shadow Walker said, his usual sarcasm replaced by grim determination. With a final, desperate push, Rowan and Nyx combined their power. The light grew impossibly bright, searing away the darkness. The Crow King's form wavered, then shattered like glass, banished once more to the void between worlds. As the light faded and the forest fell silent, Rowan collapsed to his knees, exhausted beyond measure. But as he looked up at his companions, at Ash's proud smile, Naya's gentle nod, Zephyr's playful wink, Terax's rumbling chuckle, and Nyx's grudging respect, he felt a warmth bloom in his chest. They had done it. Against all odds, they had prevented the Crow King's return and saved the world from eternal darkness. As the first rays of dawn began to filter through the trees of the Whispering Shadows, Rowan knew that this was not an end, but a beginning. The world was changing, old alliances reformed and new ones forged in the crucible of shared adversity. Whatever challenges lay ahead, he would face them with friends by his side and the wisdom of the forest in his heart. For in the darkest of times, it is not the absence of shadows that defines us, but the light we choose to shine. Story 6. The elven realm of Sylvaner stood as a bastion of light amidst the encroaching darkness, its ancient forest shimmering with an otherworldly glow. Yet even here, in this last haven of beauty and magic, whispers of a growing evil sent shivers through the land. It was in these troubled times that fate chose its unlikely champion. Thaler, a young elven archer with hair the color of burnished copper and eyes that sparkled like emeralds, stood before the council of elders. His lean frame trembled slightly, but his gaze remained steady as the high priestess Ilariel spoke, her voice as melodious as it was grave. Thaler, son of the forest, you have been chosen for a task most perilous. The demon lord Asmodee grows stronger with each passing day, his corruption spreading like a plague across the lands beyond our borders. We have foreseen that only one who bears the mark of the Starblossom can hope to penetrate his dark fortress and retrieve the soul crystal, the source of his foul power. Thaler's hand instinctively moved to the small, star-shaped birthmark on his wrist. He had always thought it a mere quirk of fate, not a sign of some grand destiny. But surely there are others more qualified, more experienced. The prophecy is clear. Ilariel interrupted, her silver eyes flashing. You are the one chosen by the ancient magics. Will you accept this burden, young Thaler? Will you venture into the heart of darkness to save not only Sylvaner, but all the free peoples of this world? A heavy silence fell over the moonlit glade where the council gathered. Thaler felt the weight of 1,000 expectant gazes upon him. With a deep breath, he squared his shoulders and nodded. I will. And so began Thaler's journey into the unknown. Armed with his trusted bow, a quiver of enchanted arrows, and a small pouch of elven waybread, he set out from the shimmering borders of Sylvaner. The farther he traveled from his homeland, the more the world seemed to darken and twist. Lush forests gave way to gnarled, sickly trees. Clear streams turned murky and foul. Even the very air seemed to thicken with malevolence. On the third day of his journey, as Thaler made camp in the shadow of a great, craggy mountain, he heard a rustle in the undergrowth. In an instant, his bow was in his hands. An arrow nocked and ready. Show yourself, he called out, his melodic elven accent cutting through the eerie silence. From the shadows emerged a figure that made Thaler's blood run cold. She was humanoid in form, but her skin was a deep crimson, and 2 small horns protruded from her forehead. A half-demon, peace elf, the demoness said, raising her hands to show she was unarmed. I mean you no harm. My name is Kira, and I seek the same goal as you to end Asmodee's reign of terror. Thaler's bow remained steady. Why should I trust the word of a demon? Kira's golden eyes flashed with pain and determination. Because I have suffered more than most at Asmodee's hand. He is my father, and I have seen firsthand the depths of his cruelty. I seek not just to stop him, but to redeem myself for the taint of my bloodline. Slowly, Thaler lowered his bow. There was something in Kira's voice, a raw honesty that resonated with very well, he said cautiously. We shall travel together, for now, but know that I will be watching you closely as the unlikely pair journeyed deeper into the corrupted lands. They faced trials that tested both their strength and their growing trust in one another. They battled twisted creatures born of Asmodee's foul magic werewolves with pelts of writhing shadow, harpies whose screams could shatter stone, and giants whose very footsteps caused the earth to tremble. Through it all, Thaler and Kira found their skills complemented each other perfect. His arrows flew true, guided by elven magic, while her demonic powers allowed her to manipulate the very shadows around them. Slowly, a bond began to form between the elf and the half-demon, forged in the fires of adversity. As they neared Asmodee's fortress, a towering spire of obsidian that clawed at the blood-red sky, Kira shared a vital piece of information. The soul crystal, she explained, her voice hushed, is not merely a source of power. It is a fragment of an ancient deity, shattered long ago in a battle that reshaped the world. Thaler's eyes widened. Then, Asmodee's plan. Kira nodded grimly. He seeks to use the crystal to ascend to godhood himself. If he succeeds, no corner of this world will be safe from his dominion. Their infiltration of the fortress was a harrowing affair. They crept through shadowy corridors, narrowly avoiding patrols of lesser demons and corrupted mortals who had pledged their souls to Asmodee's service. At last, they reached the central chamber, where the soul crystal pulsed with an otherworldly light. But Asmodee was waiting for them. The demon lord's massive form, wreathed in flames and shadow, towered over them. His voice boomed like thunder. "Oh, my wayward daughter returns, and she's brought a little elven snack with her. How thoughtful." What followed was a battle of epic proportions. Thieler's enchanted arrows sang through the air, while Kira unleashed blasts of demonic energy. Asmodee countered with hellfire and summoned abominations, the very air around them crackling with dark magic. In a desperate gambit, Thieler managed to loose an arrow directly at the soul crystal. As it struck, a blinding light filled the chamber. When it faded, Thieler found himself in a realm beyond mortal comprehension, face to face with the fragmented deity within the crystal. In that timeless moment, the deity spoke to Thieler's very soul, revealing the true nature of the conflict between good and evil, order and chaos. The young elf understood then that the world was not as simple as he had once believed, that even demons could seek redemption, and that the choices of individuals could shape the fate of entire realms. With newfound wisdom and power flowing through him, Thieler returned to the material world. He found Kira locked in mortal combat with her father, her demonic heritage fully manifested in a desperate attempt to match Asmodee's power. "Kira," Thieler called out, his voice ringing with an authority that surprised even him. "The crystal, we must use it together." Understanding flashed in Kira's eyes. She disengaged from her father and raced toward Thieler. As their hands clasped around the soul crystal, elf and demon united in purpose. A surge of pure, primal energy exploded outward. Asmodee's agonized roar shook the very foundations of the fortress as the purifying light washed over him. When the radiance faded, the demon lord was gone, banished to a realm beyond reach of mortal or immortal. In the aftermath, as the corrupted lands began to heal and Asmodee's former thralls awakened as if from a long nightmare, Thieler and Kira stood amidst the ruins of the obsidian fortress. The soul crystal, its purpose fulfilled, had crumbled to dust. "What now?" Kira asked, her voice small and uncertain. With her demonic powers faded, she looked almost fragile. Thieler took her hand, marveling at how natural it felt. "Now," he said with a smile, "we return to Sylvaner. There's much work to be done in healing these lands, and I can think of no one I'd rather have by my side." As they began the long journey back to the Elven realm, Thieler reflected on how much had changed. He had set out as a naive young archer, and was returning as a hero who had glimpsed the very foundations of creation. He had learned that true strength comes not from martial prowess or magical power, but from the bonds forged between unlikely allies. And as he walked hand in hand with Kira, Thieler knew that their greatest adventure was just beginning. For in a world where demons could seek redemption and elves could challenge the gods themselves, anything was possible. The dawn of a new age was breaking, and together they would help shape it. Story 7. The golden spires of Orem pierced the sky, the radiance a beacon of hope and prosperity in a world often shrouded in darkness. For centuries, the kingdom had flourished under the blessed reign of the Solarian dynasty, its power sustained by the mystical golden crown, an artifact of such potency that it breathed life into the very land itself. But on this fateful night, as storm clouds gathered on the horizon, the halls of the Grand Palace echoed with a cry of anguish that would change the course of history. Prince Darien, heir to the Solarian throne, burst into the royal chambers to find a scene of horror. His father, King Alaric the Wise, lay motionless on the marble floor, a pool of crimson spreading beneath him. The golden crown, always resplendent upon the monarch's brow, was nowhere to be seen. As guards rushed in, their eyes fell upon the prince's hand stained red, a look of shock etched across his face. In that moment, before he could utter a word of protest, Darien knew his fate was sealed. The whispers of traitor and kinslayer began to spread like wildfire through the palace. With the swiftness of a hunted stag, Darien fled. He raced through secret passages known only to the royal family, emerging into the rain-soaked streets of the capital. The city he had once walked with pride now became a labyrinth of dangers, every shadow concealing a potential captor. As dawn broke, Darien found himself in the tarnished quarter, a realm of narrow alleys and dubious characters far removed from the gilded life he had known. It was here huddled in the alcove of a dilapidated tavern that fate intervened in the form of Zera, the Shadowmere. Zera, with her mane of raven hair and eyes that sparkled with mischief, was no ordinary thief. She was the leader of the Nightshade Guild, a band of skilled rogues who prided themselves on stealing only from those who could afford the loss. Recognizing the dispossessed prince, she saw not just an opportunity, but a chance to unravel a mystery that threatened the very foundation of Aurum. Well, Zera drawled, her voice a mixture of amusement and curiosity. The fallen prince graces our humble abode. Tell me, your highness, do you seek sanctuary or a swift blade between the ribs? Darien, his royal bearing still evident despite his bedraggled state, met her gaze with a mixture of desperation and determination. I seek justice, he declared. My father's true killer roams free, and with them, the golden crown that sustains our realm. A flicker of interest danced in Zera's eyes. A noble quest, indeed, but what makes you think the Nightshade Guild would risk everything for a disgraced prince? Because, Darien replied, his voice low and urgent, without the crown, Aurum will wither and die. Your guild, along with everyone else, will suffer. Help me, and you'll not only save the kingdom, but possess a gratitude that could prove invaluable. A slow smile spread across Zera's face. Very well, Prince Charming. You've piqued my interest, but know this in the shadows. Your title means nothing. You'll need to earn your place among us. And so began an unlikely alliance that would shake the very foundations of Aurum. Darien, stripped of his finery and trained in the arts of stealth and deception, became Shadow, a masked figure who moved through the night with grace and purpose. Zera and her guild became his family, teaching him to see the kingdom through the eyes of its forgotten and downtrodden. Their quest to recover the golden crown led them on a perilous journey across Aurum. They delved into ancient crypts where the whispers of long-dead kings echoed through forgotten halls. They scaled the treacherous peaks of the Frostspine Mountains, where ice dragons slumbered in crystalline caves. In the Whispering Woods, they bargained with capricious fae creatures whose riddles could drive a man to madness. With each step of their journey, Darien felt the land's magic fading. Golden fields turned brown, vibrant forests withered, and the very air seemed to lose its luster. The urgency of their mission weighed heavily upon him, as did the growing bond between himself and Zera. In her, he found not just an ally, but a kindred spirit who understood the burden of leadership and the price of sacrifice. Their path eventually led them back to the capital, now a shadow of its former glory. Infiltrating the palace that had once been his home, Darien confronted the bitter truth. The mastermind behind his father's murder and the theft of the crown was none other than his own uncle, Lord Cedric the Serpent. In a chamber deep beneath the palace, they found Cedric attempting to harness the crown's power for himself. The artifact's golden light had turned sickly and pale in his grasp, reflecting the corruption in his heart. "Oh, nephew," Cedric sneered, his voice dripping with contempt. "Come to reclaim your birthright? How noble. But tell me, what has your nobility earned you? The love of thieves and outcasts." Darien stood tall, Zera at his side, the rest of the Nightshade Guild fanning out behind them. "It has earned me true allies," he declared, "and the wisdom to see that a king is only as strong as the people he serves." What followed was a battle that would be sung of for generations. Cedric, empowered by the twisted energies of the crown, unleashed waves of dark magic. Darien and Zera moved as one, their months of training paying off as they danced through the maelstrom of power. The guild members played their part, using cleverness and guile to outmaneuver Cedric's summoned guardians. In a moment that hung between heartbeats, Darien found himself with the golden crown within reach. Yet to grasp it meant leaving Zera vulnerable to a killing blow from Cedric. Time seemed too slow as the weight of the kingdom's fate pressed upon him. In that crucial moment, Darien made his choice. He dove not for the crown, but to save Zera, taking the brunt of Cedric's attack. As pain lanced through him, he heard Zera's cry of anguish, and then a burst of golden light filled the chamber. The crown, responding to Darien's selfless act, rejected Cedric's claim. It flew from his grasp and settled upon Darien's brow. Purifying energy surged through the young prince. healing his wounds and filling him with the true power of Aurum, not just its magic, but the strength and spirit of its people. With a gesture, Darien subdued his uncle, the man's grandiose ambitions crumbling in the face of true kingship. As the golden crown's light spread throughout the kingdom, reversing the decay and bringing renewal, Darien turned to Zera and his newfound family of rogues and misfits. "The crown may rest on my head," he proclaimed, "but its power belongs to all of Aurum. Together, we will forge a kingdom where no one is forgotten, where justice and compassion rule side by side." Zera, her usual smirk softened by something deeper, took his hand. "Well, your majesty, it seems you've pulled off the greatest heist of all, stealing an entire kingdom right out from under the nobles' noses." As dawn broke over Aurum, its golden light shimmering with renewed vigor, King Darien stood on the palace balcony, Zera by his side and the Nightshade Guild arrayed behind them. The cheers of the people rose up, a tide of hope and joy that washed away the darkness of the past. In the years that followed, tales would be told of the Thief King and his Shadow Queen, of how they ruled with wisdom gained in both gilded halls and darkened alleys. And always, the golden crown shone bright, a symbol not just of power, but of the unbreakable bond between a true king and his people. Story 8. In the shadowy realm of Nocturn, where twilight reigned eternal and ancient magic slumbered beneath the earth, a lone figure stood atop a weathered cliff. Lyra, her silver hair whipping in the chill wind, gazed out over the mist-shrouded valleys below. The weight of destiny hung heavy on her shoulders, though she knew not yet the true burden she would soon bear. As if summoned by her thoughts, a piercing cry shattered the eerie silence. Lyra's hand flew to the hilt of her sword as she scanned the skies. There, silhouetted against the perpetual dusk, a great wing-shaped wheel and dove. The beast of Shadowmere, one of the legendary mounts of the Guardian bloodline, landed before her with a thunderous beat of its obsidian wings. "So," Lyra murmured, her voice barely a whisper, "the tales were true." The Shadowmere's eyes, gleaming like twin amethysts, seemed to peer into her very soul. In that moment, memories long buried surged to the surface of Lyra's mind, her parents' urgent whispers on the night they sent her away, the strange mark on her wrist that she had always hidden, the inexplicable pull she felt toward the ancient magics that permeated the land. Before she could process these revelations, a cold wind swept across the cliff face, carrying with it the acrid stench of decay. Lyra's grip tightened on her sword as she turned to face this new threat. There, emerging from the mists like specters from a nightmare, came the vanguard of the Shadow King's army. Skeletal warriors, their bones bleached and their empty eye sockets glowing with unholy fire, marched in perfect unison. Behind them lumbered massive undead ogres, their rotting flesh hanging in tatters from their hulking frames. And at their head, mounted upon a steed of living shadow, rode a figure that made Lyra's blood run cold. Malakar, the dreaded general of the Shadow King. "Well, well," Malakar's voice rasped, a sound like dead leaves scraping against stone. "The last of the Guardians reveals herself at last." How convenient. Lyra raised her blade, its polished surface catching what little light filtered through the gloom. "I know not what you speak of, Wraith, but you'll find no easy prey here." Malakar's laughter was a horrifying sound, devoid of all mirth. "Oh, but you do know, child of the light. The power that flows through your veins calls out to be awakened. Surrender now, and perhaps the Shadow King will be merciful." In response, Lyra let out a battle cry that echoed across the cliffs. She charged forward, her blade a blur of silver, as it clashed against Malakar's obsidian sword. The Shadowmere, sensing its rider's peril, took to the skies, engaging the flying horrors that accompanied the undead host. As Lyra fought with all the skill and courage she possessed, something awakened within her. Power, ancient and terrible, surged through her body. Her sword began to glow with an inner light, each strike leaving trails of radiance that seared the undead flesh of her foes. Malakar, sensing the tide of battle turning, snarled in frustration. "This isn't over, Guardian. The Shadow King's victory is inevitable. All of Nocturn will fall to darkness." With a gesture, the general and his forces retreated, melting back into the mists from whence they came. Lyra stood alone on the battlefield, her chest heaving, her mind reeling from the events that had transpired. The Shadowmere landed beside her, nudging her gently with its muzzle. Lyra placed a trembling hand on its neck, feeling a connection that transcended mere companionship. "What am I?" she whispered, as if in answer. A new voice spoke from behind her. "You, my dear, are the last hope for all of Nocturn." Lyra whirled, sword at the ready, only to find herself face to face with an elderly elf. His robes, once fine, were travel-worn, and his silver hair was bound in intricate braids. But it was his eyes that captured Lyra's attention, eyes that held wisdom beyond mortal years, and a spark of something familiar. "I am Malarial," the elf said, bowing slightly. "I was a friend of your parents, and I have waited many long years for this day. The time has come for you to learn of your heritage, and the great destiny that lies before you." And so, as the eternal twilight of Nocturne deepened around them, Malarial revealed to Lyra the truth of her lineage. She was the last descendant of an ancient line of magical guardians, sworn to protect the realm from the forces of darkness. The mark on her wrist, the Starblossom sigil, was proof of her birthright, and the key to unlocking her latent powers. But why now? Lyra asked, her mind struggling to process all she had learned. Why has the Shadow King chosen this moment to strike? Alariel's face grew grave. "Because, my child, he has discovered the location of the Twilight Nexus, the source of all magic in Nocturne. If he claims it, his power will know no bounds, and eternal darkness will engulf not just our realm, but all the lands beyond." The weight of this revelation settled on Lyra like a physical burden. She looked out over the misty valleys of her homeland, imagining them consumed by the Shadow King's corruption. "What must I do?" "First," Alariel said, a glimmer of hope in his ancient eyes, "we must gather allies. The elves of the Whispering Woods and the dwarves of the Ironheart Mountains have long stood against the Shadow King's advances. United under your banner, we may yet have a chance." And so began Lyra's journey to save Nocturne. With Alariel as her guide and the Shadowmere as her loyal companion, she traversed lands both wondrous and perilous. In the Whispering Woods, she proved her worth to the Elven King by besting his champions in a contest of skill and magic. Among the dwarves of Ironheart, she delved into ancient forges to rekindle the fires of legendary weapons long thought lost. But it was in the Blighted Wastes, a desolate region tainted by the Shadow King's malevolence, that Lyra's resolve was truly tested. There, she encountered Thorn, a necromancer cast out from the Shadow King's inner circle for daring to question his master's method. Thorn, his face half hidden beneath a hood, regarded Lyra with a mixture of curiosity and wariness. "So, you're the one they're all talking about, the last guardian, come to save us all." Lyra met his gaze unflinchingly. "And you're the one they call the traitor. Tell me, necromancer, why should I trust you?" A bitter laugh escaped Thorn's lips. "Trust? In these dark times? You're more naive than I thought, guardian. But know this, I've seen the depths of the Shadow King's madness. What he plans goes beyond mere conquest. He would unmake the very fabric of reality itself." Despite her misgivings, Lyra sensed the truth in Thorn's words. And so, an unlikely alliance was formed, the last guardian and the renegade necromancer, united against a common foe. As their quest neared its climax, Lyra, now fully embracing her powers and her destiny, led a diverse army to the very gates of the Shadow King's citadel. Elven archers loosed volleys of enchanted arrows. Dwarven war machines hurled boulders against unyielding walls, and at the forefront, Lyra and Thorn combined their magics in ways never before seen in Nocturne. The final battle was a maelstrom of light and shadow, of heroic sacrifice and devastating loss. Lyra found herself face to face with the Shadow King himself, a being of pure darkness, his form constantly shifting and roiling like a storm cloud. "Foolish child," the Shadow King's voice boomed, shaking the very foundations of his fortress. "You cannot hope to stand against the inevitable. Darkness is the natural state of all things. I merely hasten its return." Lyra raised her sword, now blazing with the combined power of all those who had fallen in the battle. "You're wrong," she declared, her voice carrying across the battlefield. "There can be no shadow without light. And as long as there is hope in the hearts of the people of Nocturne, you will never triumph. What followed was a duel of epic proportions, magic clashing against magic, light against dark. In the end, it was not just Lyra's power that turned the tide, but the combined will of all those who fought alongside her. With a final, blinding burst of energy, the Shadow King was banished, his essence scattered to the far corners of reality. As dawn broke over Nocturne for the first time in centuries, Lyra stood atop the ruined citadel, surveying the land she had sworn to protect. The road ahead would not be easy. There was much healing to be done, both for the land and its people. But as she felt the warm sunlight on her face and saw the hope rekindled in the eyes of her allies, Lyra knew that a new age had dawned for Nocturne. And so, the tale of Lyra, the last guardian, passed into legend, a reminder that even in the darkest of times, the light of hope can never truly be extinguished.